Put up a final call for this. I'm sitting good, yeah? Alright, alright. Wait, what anime? Which anime do you watch? Eh? Hey, wait. You fell head first into the rabbit hole. Some guy is saying he can't queue. Yeah. Oh, it's on. Oh.
Hi guys, it's Giovanni in the Lucozade Final 11 League tournament. Psyched up to win the PS5. I mean, who doesn't want to win the PS5, yo? My favorite games are Fortnite and Valorant, mostly Fortnite because like it's the first game I knew. Another thing is I use a laptop to play in the tournament. It's 100 ping all the way in Mombasa. I mean, what could you say, bro? But I can do really good stuff. I see myself in the final 11 making it to the finals, but let's hope that God is with us. And I wish every participant the best of luck. Thanks.
Hello guys, my name is Lewis Munohe. I go by the username El Mono on Fortnite. I like playing Fortnite a lot. It's one of my best games currently. I've been playing for the past 2 years. I've gotten good at the game with time, and I see myself placing among the top 5 in the tournament. Also, like my target is winning the PS5. I'm also placing the top 5.
My name is Jackson Lucas, in-game name MMA Luxy. One of the participants in the Lucozade Final tournament, Final 11 tournament. And so far it's been a good experience. It's been fun. And I'm giving my best. I know I'll make it to the Final 11. And yeah, all the best to all other participants.
Welcome to week 2 of the Lucozade Final 11 League featuring Fortnite. This is the second round of competition, and we're going to be starting the day off with some solos. This is by far the most popular game mode, and we have a very stacked lobby in terms of talent today. There's a lot of names that we saw from last week, a couple of others we're looking forward to seeing this week, and it should be a very interesting 4 games of action. So the first game is going to be a solo. All weapons are allowed. Everything is just as you'd expect it to be. Game 2 is going to be solos once again, and it's going to be pistols only. So deagles and normal pistols. Game 3 is going to be a duos team play, which is going to have shotguns only. And game 4, to end the day on a high note, we're going to go back to the solo game mode. We're going to have it all free for free for all that has all the items available to you. And I'm looking forward to this. It's gonna be very interesting. If you guys have anything to say, I'll also be looking at the chat. If you wanna say anything to us, the players playing, any comments, any things you've noticed in the game, feel free to do it. I will be checking it as I cast as well, so we can have an inclusive experience for everyone currently watching the stream. I'm very excited. And before we get into the game, I want to give a shout out to our sponsors. First of all, I want to give a massive thank you to Lucozade for putting all of this together. Another massive thank you goes to Movie Jabber for running this beautiful production, and also Game Changer and Zilojo also for being supporters of this wonderful tournament. And if you guys have forgotten, this tournament is for really amazing prizes. The first one being the one everyone wants, which is a brand new PlayStation 5 with all the bells and whistles, controllers, games, even the media remote. I mean, it's a full stack of everything you'd expect to get from a tournament that is this hyped. Second place doesn't walk away with anything. No, I'm kidding. Second place also gets an amazing award. It's gonna be a PS4 VR kit with 5 games. I mean, wonderful. I actually had a look at the VR kit. It's a blast to use. Third place goes away with a Nintendo Switch Lite, which is once again, an amazing console in its own right. And as long as you make the final 11, you're guaranteed to go home with something. Sometimes I wish I was the one playing, but clearly here I am. But I'm having a blast nevertheless. We're gonna slide into some gameplay now, see what's going on, see where people are landing, where people are dropping, how the game will shape out, how the zones will shape out, what strategies people have learned from the first week that they're gonna use this week. And I'm super excited. I hope you guys share the excitement that I have. And yeah, boys, Fortnite is a fun game to play, even more fun to watch, especially when there are really good players playing. We're gonna start things off with Luxy, who's on weather station. We saw him here last week as well. This looks like he's in the drop spot. He practices it. He's comfortable playing here, and he's got a pretty good loadout. He's got a green AR, a green tactical shotgun, a blue suppressed SMG, 4 minis, a med kit. His materials are looking good. Weather station is really good for metal. There's a lot of metal. He can easily walk out of here with maximum metal. And there's a launch pad as well for the rotation, the mobility. Zone looks like it does pull toward the middle of the map, maybe retail row, maybe lazy. We're gonna see as he goes on. And yeah, it seems like he got this spot uncontested. No one wants to mess with Luxy on height. We were calling him question mark last week. If you have any, if you're wondering who this is and whether or not you saw him last week, this was the guy we were calling question mark. But yeah, Luxy, weather station, unlock, uncontested. That's what's known as alpha in your drop spot. No one contests you because they know you're so good at fighting it. And yeah, he gets a big pod. He's gonna be at full health and full shield in just a second. And yeah, he's gonna pick up a deagle, maybe practice for game 2, which is gonna be it's gonna be a pistols only game. So he might as well get some practice shots in when he has the opportunity to do so. Because the ideal goal for this, it's gonna be a fun experience to people playing, but also a more fun experience for us watching, because the rules are set in a way that it's gonna be more difficult than just playing the game normally. That adds an added benefit of it being way more entertaining to us. It's gonna go ahead and rotate over down to Catty corner. Looks like it looks like it's all looted. We're gonna have to wait and see exactly if he sees any builds or open chests. As far as it looks, he probably will get it unlooted. He has an option to pick up a green pump shotgun instead of the attack, and he opts to take the pump, which ends up doing more damage. The downside compared to the attack is it can't fire as fast and doesn't have the same amount of bullets, but the pump does hit way harder. It has a maximum, the green one has a maximum damage potential of 160, whereas the attack generally doesn't hit more for 120, even in the gold, the highest rarity, which is gold. Yeah, so the pump, generally speaking, it packs more of a punch, and just like that, he gets a blue pump. I don't know whether he's gonna pick it up. Yes, he will. The blue pump does a maximum damage of 175, so you could do a lot of damage very quickly and maybe switch to your AR, maybe even your pickaxe if you're feeling confident, and take care of the player very, very easily. Yeah, as I said, Katikona looks unlooted, so he's gonna have even more loot. There's a bounty board directly ahead of him, so he'll have eyes on the closest enemy, and he's gonna know who they are because we're not using anonymous mode, so he'll definitely know whether it's a fight he will be willing to take, whether or not he's gonna be willing to take that fight. So we're gonna stay on Luxie for now, and let's see if he does opt to get the bounty. He just wants to get his mats up. As you guys know, in public match, the material cap is 900 on each of the materials. So you can get 999 wood, brick, and metal. And if you're in a position like that, you're gonna be pretty much set as long as you have some shield. He picked up the peppers for mobility. The peppers basically mean you can move at a faster speed. It is almost twice as fast. It's 1.75 normal speed. So when he has 4 of them in solos plus a launch pad, he can get anywhere on the map very, very quickly. And it's an asset to have regardless of the game mode, but especially in solos where mobility is the difference between life and death. So he's probably gonna get up to decent amount of materials. He goes for the bounty. He gets the bounty. It's on HD underscore lays up wearing the Booga skin. He's fitted out. He thinks he's gonna win. That's exactly what he wants to see. But yeah, he's looking around. He knows he's not very far from him. However, it's not particularly close. If you look in the feed right now, Hero took out Immuno. That is the first elimination of today. Malgral kills Januaris with a rifle. So the fights are definitely happening. We should be able to see a couple soon. But for now, we're going to stick on Lucy and see him rotating toward retail road. Does pop a pepper since he has 6. And the pepper does last a reasonable amount of time. So he could probably get all the way close to getting into zone just with 1 pepper. So you can imagine him having 5. That is a massive, massive asset to his game. We have Diana and Phil. Kazimbeche, let's do this. Let's go. Yeah, some support coming in. And that's good to see, you know, in positions like this when the players are under a lot of pressure, having the support, having people behind you definitely does help cool the nerves. And retail road looks relatively unlooted as well. Doghouse right now looks like no one landed here. There's still some bandages. There's an SMG in the vending machine. And he's really stacked right now. He has maximum big pots, maximum minis, a blue pump, and a blue AR. I mean, the only way his loadout could get any better right here would be maybe for him to get a purple AR and a purple shotgun. But apart from that, like, he's looking pretty set because he has well above 1,500 materials, which is generally the cap in arena. But in public matching, you have a bit more. This is about as stacked as anyone can get. I wouldn't be surprised if he has the best loot on the map right now in terms of having. How much effective HP is that? 3 big pots, 150 shield, 6 minutes, another 150 shield. So he has basically having 300 shield in his inventory, plus 5 peppers, plus a pump in an AR, plus a launch pad, plus almost 1500 mats. I mean, him losing a fight or putting up a good fight would be a very, very unexpected sight to see. However, you know, anything can happen. It is Fortnite. He could get headshot snipe for all we know, and we hope he does not. Knock on wood. So yeah, we're gonna have to see what he opts to do right now. He is in zone. He is trying to farm up his metal. This is a smart thing to do. There is no point seeking out engagements in a position like this because, generally speaking, the likelihood of you getting third-partied, which is another player, an opposing player joining in your new fight, is really high, especially in a zone like this where everyone rotates from the bottom. So if you're on the edge of zone where it's really congested, it's gonna be really hard for you to be able to take fights as a one-on-one, as opposed to having a third party come in, maybe steal your kill, maybe do damage to you, help the other player kill you. So as we see right now, someone does end up coming near him, so he ramps up, looks around over at them. And I don't know if you guys saw that, but in the far top right of the screen, we saw someone launch padding across his screen. That is from the IO guard station at the top of the map. And this is a full-on fight right now. UNO eliminates HD laser. And this fight is gonna look like it's in full swing. Luxie holding the high ground, looking for his opponent. His opponent is running. Will he find him? He cannot see where he went. He might be in the trash can. Or he could be under this ramp right here. I think he is. He gets a shot off, but he does not hit. Luxie gets one off too. Good piece control, gets a cone down. But he does end up taking 76 damage, so he's going to end up deciding to slow down the fight, get some shields back. He's getting shot at. That is 90 damage. He is 60 white. He is dropping down on him. He does have the health advantage right now, and just like that, he picks up the elimination on Jelly Boy 915. That is his first kill of the game. He wants to use a launch pad because he's getting pushed. The other player pressures him to the point where he puts a cone on the launch pad. He's getting pressured. The player is in his box. And just like that, Lumi's counter gets the elimination. And also in the feed, Blotix does get a limb as well. Lumi has insane loot. He's carrying a golden pump and a golden scar. 3 medkits, 6 minis, 3 big pots. This is an insane loadout. He almost has max materials. Lumi's looking very set in this game. Gets a really big elimination right there. And just trails, he is trailing Blotix by not too many points. However, with a loot like this and a start like that and fighting ability like that, anything could happen. Lumi does decide to rotate in. He has 20 seconds before the zone starts moving. So this is a small rotation, going in earlier than he needs to. Getting better position, being able to scout the area. See other players, maybe decide to rotate differently. Because what does end up happening is if you decide not to rotate early, you're going to have a really hard time maneuvering if you have to change your plan, right? So if the zone is on your back, you only have one option, that's to go straight. But in this situation, he does still have more options, even if the zone comes in, because he does have 3 medkits. He could, quote-unquote, tank the storm, which basically means ticking and storm and using your medkits. Let other players move ahead of you so you can get in without having to fight anyone or getting tagged up or maybe getting snipe shot at taking damage, basically. And it looks like he does have a free rotation. Does look at a build fight on the left. He sees the build. He knows there was a fight there. But this is an amazing loadout. The purple pump, the gold pump is the only pump that can hit someone who is full HP with 1 shot. So it does 203 maximum damage. And it's arguably the most sought after gun in the game. If you have a gold pump, it doesn't get better than that. Every other shotgun, the closest that comes to it is the purple pump. And that shotgun does 189, so you still have a chance even if you do get hit for max damage. But if you get max damage with a pump, it is a gold pump rather, it is definitely over. We want to hop on to see Rico 360, who is boxed up near Believer Beach on the Spire. So as much as he doesn't have any rotation, he does have the Spire's cannon to use whenever he wants to rotate. I think that's what he's going to opt to do. He breaks the wall, hits the cannon, and he can get farther deeper in storm. Using a glider. That was actually a glider that was in, I believe, the item shop. There was a free skin that came with it. And Blotix gets another elimination in the feed. You can see the player. He has a parasite on his head. That's why his movement is way faster. And that is an alien on the left side chasing the other player over there. So it looks like Rico doesn't want any of that. He opts to rotate in instead. 20 seconds left until the next zone pulls up. Charles Tahiti ends up getting eliminated in the feed, and there's 14 players left. This is going to be the third zone. It's going to show in about 10 seconds. Let's see how Rico looks in terms of his position. He may have to move in a bit deeper. Surge kills Kenyan Senpai with the rifle. That is 13 players left in game 1 of round 2 of the Lucozade Final 11 League featuring Fortnite. And as we can see right here, his loot's not that bad. He could use a bit more materials. Maybe look for some trees to farm up, get some wood up. However, he's looking pretty decent nevertheless. He may want to pop a medkit just to avoid getting hit for 189 with a pump shotgun. That is always a risk. That is always a danger. There's a lot of alien ships. Those are controlled by AIs. Thank you very much. And we have Dennis and AG. Hello, how are you doing, AG? Welcome to the stream. Just trying to get his mats up, farm up. He does see an enemy player in here. Or he thinks there's an enemy player in here. Gonna have to see. But in the feed, as you can see, Marigi gets Fortnite Africa. Mao Gral gets Elvo Cool. That is 11 players left. Rico's really doubting his hearing right now. He's thinking that he's hearing things. He's still looking for the player. There is no one around him. I want to go over to Mao Gral, who just finished a fight right now. We saw him get an elimination in the feed. Let's see how he's doing. He's doing pretty good. He has a parasite on his head. What this parasite basically does is, if you get shot in the head, the parasite absorbs the damage. Like another layer of protection. Also, it does give you a movement boost, jumping boost, so you can move faster, jump higher, at the expense of only 25 HP, which I think is very well worth it. His loadout is pretty good. He has cap wood, 317 brick, but not that much metal. And metal is very important. But as you can see in the feed, Blotix actually gets Lumi with a rifle. And Blotix, that means Blotix has a gold pump and a gold scar. Literally the best loader he can have in the game. That is a massive win for him. Serge kills Focal YT. Mogra is running up on a fight. He might opt to chop the fight out, and this is guaranteed at the very least a kill, maybe even two if the fight does continue. The players on high have no idea what he's doing. And one of the players actually drops down. He does only take 20 damage because the other pellets hit the other alien. I think it is time to use the launch pad, which is a smart decision to make. And for now, he's stuck on high ground. He could opt to use it again. Take some fall damage. He's getting cracked. He's 37 shield and 37 white. His alien is gone. He does not have a medkit. He's going to be a maximum of 83 HP. He's going to have to look for a medkit or a big pot, because any pump shotgun right now can body shot him. Does use a launch pad. He doesn't look above him. Ends up running into the bills. In an attempt to save his launch pad and some materials, he does tick for even more damage. So now he's only 73 effective health. It is looking tough for him. He's going to have to find a cozy. And he does find a cozy. So this is going to let him get back up to about 100 HP. As long as he doesn't get pushed, he should be okay. But he does have a very overpowered item. That's what some people consider. Which is a recon launcher. And it allows you to scan your close area. It does have a pepper too and a launch pad. Zone does pull over to Pleasant Park. We're watching JMO 007, our very own James Bond. He does have a golden AK and a P90 in his inventory. The P90 is a very hard gun to fight against. It is very obnoxious. Especially with spraying your wall, it's really hard to fight. Puts down a lot of pressure. Gets some piece control down, gets a slight tag. And just like that, wait, we just saw Magral does end up dying to fire. That's what he said, he's feeling crispy, which basically means he did burn. That would have been very interesting to see. This is a drawn out fight. Clearly both of the players are very skilled, doing everything they can to keep themselves protected at all times. You see him baiting the pickaxes on the wall, trying to avoid taking unnecessary damage, and just like that he almost does take a shot. However, he does play it well. He gets hit for 75 damage. He does have some minis but no big pots, so it's going to be really hard for him to get back to full HP unless he disengages from this fight. He can put a mini on. He is in zone, so he does not have to move. However, he only has 600 materials left. This is interesting because the other player only got hit for 30. So at the very least, they're probably going to be the same health. If the other player has the big pot, he's going to have more effective HP. 7 players left in the 4th zone. This is good. This is good position because he does have. So basically, what happens is in every 4th zone, there's a 25% chance of you getting what is known as the 5th zone. That basically means the zone after this. Some people call it half and half because in other game modes it is half in, half out of storm. So it only pops up on either one of the corners or right in the middle, but somewhere to the side. So sitting at the edge gives you the best possible chance of getting half and half zone. You see a lot of love for Hezmbeche coming in the chat, which is good to see. We're back on Rico. He does manage to get in, but he only has about 200 materials, 275, 280, somewhere around that materials left. And it is not ideal to have, considering you're gonna need a bit more than that, at least 300 to fight generally. And he does jump in his box, gets a crack. I think this is, we were watching him earlier. This must be JMO 007. They're both cracked right now. There's a third party shooting down at them. So the smart thing to do would be to disengage, which he does. However, he knows the other player is weak. He does not hear him pop any shield, so he knows this is a very good chance of him getting an elimination. So he does get a bit more aggressive. Blotix does end up killing JMO, and I think that was Blotix third partying them. Now, as you know, we saw Blotix kill Lumi, and Lumi had the golden pump and the golden scar. So that is definitely in Blotix's loadout currently. And it doesn't matter how much health you put on, a perfectly placed gold pump shotgun shot will end you immediately. 203 damage, straight back to the lobby. And he does pull the 5th zone, as I said earlier. He was in one of the corners, and just like that, he's in the 5th zone. He doesn't have to move, which is good for him, because he doesn't have too many materials. Moving across the zone would almost be guaranteed death, because if any player decided to shoot at him, he would be in trouble. He wants to get a couple of the pieces in the box that were not his, back to in its control. He is replacing them with wood, which is considerably weaker than the other hard materials. As it stands, he is chilling. Top 6, getting good placement. We're watching Surge right now. He's trying to hold the opposing player right now. He's shooting him from a box, from the safety of his box. He's not in zone. He only has 30 builds left, only 30 materials. This is a refresh that he needs. This is a kill that he needs. He needs to get some loot from this player. Gets a 35 white tag. He's gonna jump in on him. He has no more materials left. He's jumping straight in, jumps in the box, goes for a pump shot, doesn't hit it. The other player still has shield, but he gets the elimination on Giovanni. That was a massive elimination. from Surge, and just like that, he has 800 materials from 0. Just because of that elimination, his loadout is no slouch either. Does have a purple pump, can do a lot of damage, does have big pots, decent amounts of materials. Ends up picking up the cow for the rotation. It does move faster than you just walking, so this is a good choice. Juggling the medkit to get in, this is high tier strategy, just so you can pop the big pot, then maybe pop the medkit as well. Guarantee himself to be as much health as he can possibly be. If he opted not to pop the medkit, it would have been difficult for him. Is he gonna pop the med? Doesn't look like it. And here we are watching Vlotix. This is Vlotix with Lumi's gold pump and gold scar. He has been wreaking havoc on the map. He's in a fight right now, top 5 situation. He's looking around, looking for an elimination. He gets a recon scan, steps back behind it. And Rico gets a kill on the anonymous player. Vlotix is in his box. 182 damage to the head. What a massive shot from Vlotix. That is exactly what the golden pump shotgun can do. End your game in one shot. Massive damage. And that has to give him a lot of confidence. Hitting shots like those. I mean, it's like once you get the momentum going, no one can stop you. Once you start hitting high damage shots like that, you're going to be way more confident. And which means confidence is everything in this game, especially when it comes to fighting. You have to be confident in your ability, confident in your aim to be able to pick up consistent eliminations. As we saw right there, Vlotix does get a massive kill. 182 to the head. That is big damage. He has the floor edit. He is pressuring this player from a safe distance. Doesn't want to get head. Vlotix hits him for white damage. But still, Vlotix does know that it is still a risk to push it in that position. But he doesn't want his kill to be stolen by the other player. And Vlotix does kill Surge. It looks like Surge did not have any materials left. And yes, he did not. Vlotix has 30 builds. Vlotix has no mats left. He probably is going to put down a launch pad. And edit through one of the floors. There is no... Surge does not have any mats. That's why he got the elimination. And Vlotix is out of mats as well on the low ground. Does have really good loot. Does launch pad up on height. He's looking for the other player. Probably choosing to land on his box. Yes, he does. This is the 1v1, ladies and gentlemen. It is Vlotix on the high ground. No materials. 2 floppers, 6 minis, 150 HP. He's going to pressure the player as much as he can because he cannot drop on the player since he has no more materials left. What's up, Emmanuel? Welcome to the stream. This is a massive engagement for Vlotix. Because if he does win this game, the fact that he killed Doom, he was in 2nd place, gives him a much bigger lead than he had. Almost guaranteeing another win in the 2nd week. He is putting up a lot of pressure on this player. The player is slightly panicking. He looks like he's on soft materials. He looks like he's out of metal. He's building in wood, which is way weaker. And the zone is going to show in about 2 seconds. We're going to see what the zone pulls. Vlotix does not care. He doesn't want to get a player down. He gets a crack. 116 damage. Vlotix will opt to chop the player down since he has no materials. The player is dropping once again. He takes 16 fall damage. So Vlotix has done about 132 damage to the player. He has taken none so far. Zone does pull downhill. He has an RPG. Vlotix has to be very careful not to get hit by the RPG. The player is on high ground above on the wood. He does not see him. So he's dropping down on him, trying to hold the high ground, maybe reload his RPG. Vlotix gets the chop out. Vlotix gets the elimination. That is another win. That was Marigi on the high ground. Very well fought out. Vlotix takes game 1 of round 2 of the Lucozade Final 11 League featuring Fortnite.
Hi guys, it's Giovanni in the Lucozade Final 11 League tournament. Psyched up to win the PS5. I mean, who doesn't want to win the PS5, yo? My favorite games are Fortnite and Valorant. Mostly Fortnite because like it's the first game I knew. Another thing is I use a laptop to play in the tournament. It's 100 ping all the way in Mombasa. I mean, what could you say, bro? But I can do really good stuff. I see myself in the final 11, making it to the finals, but let's hope that God is with us. And I wish every participant the best of luck. Thanks.
Hello guys, my name is Lewis Munohe. I go by the username Elmono on Fortnite. I like playing Fortnite a lot. It's one of my best games currently. I've been playing for the past 2 years. I've gotten good at the game with time, and I see myself placing among the top 5 in the tournament. Also, like, my target is winning the PS5. I'm also placing the top 5, get a prize. I would like to thank Lucozade for giving us a chance to compete in this tournament. And thank you all. Bye bye.
to all other participants.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The game 2 of round 2 of the Lucozade Final 11 League featuring Fortnite. This is going to be a very interesting game. It is a pistol only game. And let's see chat right now. We still have Anne and Phil in chat, which is going to be... it's going to be a fun game. It's going to be a fun game. Pistols only. That is basically no other gun is allowed. That means you can't pickaxe anyone. You can't use a shotgun. You can't use an AR. So it's a matter of it's gonna be a bit of luck, and at the same time it's gonna be a little bit of knowing where to find your pistols. And I'm excited to see what happens. I mean, pistols are the good weapons, right? They're very underrated weapons, and it's one of those things where you have to know how to use them to be good at them. So jumping into gameplay right now, we're here with Tevin, Kipto254, and Slurpy Swamp. He's got a sniper rifle. It's not looking too great for him in terms of the loot department. I mean, if he doesn't find a pistol, it's gonna look really bad for him. But he sees a chest up there. He tries to break it. I don't think it's gonna do it. That's not a breakable item. He's gonna keep trying, nevertheless. He's gonna keep trying, but I think he realizes it. He's gonna build up, try to get that chest. Hopefully, get a pistol out of it. And he opens it and gets an assault rifle. Does get some minis though, so all is not lost. I mean, Slurpy maybe was not the best place to drop to get a pistol. I mean, ever since in and around the Ariana Grande event, they did something to Slurpy Swamp, and ever since then, like, the main building just disappeared off the map. So the loot is considerably worse than it used to be. However, as you can see, Young Lava gets a kill with a pistol on Januaris. That is the first pistol elimination of this game. Just rotating along, chugging along. We're gonna hop on over to Movie Jabber. No loot. Back to Tevin Kipto. Still nothing. He's got an AR and a sniper rifle. So here's the funny thing about all of this, right? As much as you don't have a pistol, to get points you do not have to fight. You can just sit and hope other people fight each other, you know. Even if you don't have a pistol, you can still play placement, get some materials, rotate early, rotate smart, make a big base, be able to move, get some mobility items. So regardless of whether or not you have a pistol, it is still a very viable option just to play full placement, which some people are not comfortable with, because it means you're not gonna have too much action going on. But as they go around, it's gonna be an interesting game. Tevin still doesn't have a pistol, doesn't know where to get a pistol. Does see there's a fight in Weeping, does see some builds over there. He's wearing a default skin with the fish stick back bling. He's got the cat claw pickaxes. I mean, it's a nice looking pickaxe. It was in the item shop a while back. He does finally find a pistol. Let's go. Tevin can finally fight. He's holding his pistol out, ready for some action, ready for some more. Fishing rod, maybe pull out a better pistol. Does see a hog in front of him. What is it gonna be? It's gonna be an SMG, but even more minis, which is great, and some light ammunition, which the pistols use. So basically, the ARs use medium bullets, which is assault rifle ammunition. Light ammo, the smalls, quote-unquote small bullets, which are light ammo. That goes for SMGs, pistols, also the tactical AR, which is no longer in the game. They took it out. Of course, the heavy bullets, sniper bullets, the shells go in the shotguns. Our rockets go in the RPGs and the grenade launchers. So, I mean, having a lot of light ammo is very good because it allows you to put a lot of pressure on people. So it's even if you're not directly shooting at them, shooting at the builds as well is a very interesting option. And speaking of interesting options, we're gonna see a fight right here. He gets a really good, Tevin gets really good damage, gets even more, gets a crack, leaves him 25 HP. The other player was 25 out. That is so unlucky for Tevin. However, this other player is in a world of trouble right now. He only has 50 HP. That is 2 shots from almost any pistol. He's gonna hold out the grenade. Is he gonna kamikaze the opposing player? The other player jumps in but does get hit with the grenade, but no, he manages to get out. It is none other than Lumi. He's carrying 2 pistols, which is a very viable strategy because the pistols only do have 16 bullets. So having a second pistol allows you to be able to switch to it. 2 green pistols, that is 32 bullets. Allows you to put a lot of pressure down, having not to reload. But even then, the pistols do have a really quick reload time. So it's something that you don't really need, but it's nice to have. Nevertheless, 300 light bullets. He's not gonna have any issues with ammunition this game, and this is the man we want to see right now. Lumi has been putting in amazing performances throughout the weeks. Today is just another day of him dominating the lobby. So we're gonna see what he can do to reply to what Vlotix did in game 1, winning it very convincingly, actually taking him out in game 1. So what is Lumi gonna do now that it's reset, it's a new game, it's a different set of rules? Who's gonna adapt better? You guys can let us know in chat. Who do you think is gonna win this game? You can go ahead, type it out, tell us who you're gonna win, tell us how do you think they're gonna win? Is it gonna be through placement, through smart? Is it gonna be through smart? Is it gonna be through their aim? Because the beautiful thing about Fortnite that people don't realize is the skill ceiling is very, very high. Being able to do all of these things, being able to build, know where the zone is coming in, know where to go, know which materials to use, which peaks to take, and also on top of that, still having to hit your shots. That's massive. And speaking of Vlotix, he does get elimination on Charles Tahiti with a pistol. Of course, this is the pistol-only round. Interesting matchup. 21 people left. The game is going on a lot faster than previous games because a lot of people who don't have the right weaponry are ending up dying to people with the pistols. And we did see a couple of good fights. But here we have Giovanni. He does have a pistol, does have good shield and a medkit, 2 launch pads, which is an insane thing to have right about now because if you are out of ammo, if you're losing a fight, you can easily just launch pad away. The pistols don't do the most damage at range. However, they do have it's the only weapon still in the game that has the 2x multiplier that is not a sniper rifle. And the sniper rifles have even larger multiply disparity. However, the pistols still do double damage, so a headshot will always be 50. The ARs and SMGs got nerfed to half damage, so like a normal AR will do 45 headshot. The body shot is 30, so that's 1.5. However, when you look at the pistols, they still do double damage at all ranges. So you saw the opposing player when he was fighting earlier, he did a 50 damage headshot, which is a lot of damage. 4 of those kill you and you're full health. So we're going to hop over to Mike_K. We'll have a look at his loadout. He does have an elimination from earlier. So we're going to have to see what he's running with. He is not using a pistol. He must have missed the rules. But we're going to see how he opts to take this fight. He wants to launch away. So you should pay attention, guys. This is a pistol-only matchup. He does have technically a pistol, which is one of those... It's a plasma pistol. However, it doesn't really count in the rules. This is something we're going to have to speak to him about. But yeah, he does have an elimination. His loot is pretty okay. However, once again, pistol only round, ruining the fun for others. So we're gonna hop on to Anonymous 303, who does have a deagle. The deagle is a very strong weapon, can do about 150 damage to the head, which is insane. That kills you if you only have minis. However, it's looking interesting because yeah, he does have to get up a mountain to get back into Storm. And doesn't have that many materials. He has to be careful how he uses the materials. That's what a jump he can make. He realizes that, builds over to it. Has 0 materials left, but does see some bandages on the left, so all is not lost. He opts not to take them. He tanks it like a man. He's gonna end up launch padding out of the storm. 0 materials left. This is a glider from the season with this is season X. This is a season X glider, if I'm not mistaken. It's been it's a chapter 2 season 2 glider. The old glider didn't have all of this intricate details. I mean, the game has changed a considerable amount since the first chapter. But he does see a player going up a ramp. This may be a good shot for him to take since the range is pretty big. Is that a pistol on his right? Is he gonna take it? He looks like he is having a bit of connectivity issues, but he's back. He's good. That is an SMG, unfortunate for him. However, we do appreciate the fact that he's following the rules, being a sports about it. And the fight just happened. A player just got eliminated. Oh, he opened the chest. That's where the loot was dropping to the side. Vlotix gets Lumi with the pistol. And once again, Vlotix takes down Lumi. This is a storyline and a half. That is back-to-back games. The top 2 players get in a fight. And Vlotix does end up coming out on top. That is, I wish we saw that fight. That is a massive fight. However, we will have a pretty good idea of where the leaderboards are going to be. Because Lumi does get taken out very early. Remember, there are a lot of placement points to be had. Want to see what Jelly Boy 915 is up to. But that is another massive kill coming in from Vlotix. 18! Lumi didn't even get any placement points. The placement points started 17. That is so unfortunate for him. That is back-to-back games. Vlotix takes him out before he can get any placement points. But that is a testament to how good Vlotix is. He knows he has to take out his biggest competition early to make sure they can't get any points. So he can get them all. Want to hop on to another favorite in this game. This is Marigi. This is Watch Marigi. He is going over to the IO station. If you guys were not aware, I didn't want to talk about this before the game. However, this IO spot has a chance of selling a purple pistol, which is a very strong weapon. I personally pick it over most assault rifles. If we're playing trios, for example, I will pick a purple pistol over any SCAR, even a gold one, because it does have high DPS, high damage to structures. It reloads almost immediately. It is a very good gun to have in a position like this. And Marigi, I don't know if he knows, but he can go ahead and have a look. You can go ahead and have a look up on the. It's an IO. I mean, it's an NPC. As you can see on the map, it's the 3 dots on the map. That is an NPC. She does sell pistols, but Marigi will opt to rotate out instead. He does have his cow. He did get a llama, so he has a chug splash cannon and mini, 2 launch pads. He's looking set for another top 10 performance. Marigi, one of the more consistent players. I don't think he's been out of the top 10 once since this tournament started. This is, I believe, the 5th game he has played in this tournament, maybe even 6th. But he is the favorite to make it to the final 11 league. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, making it to the final 11 league in itself, the top 11 themselves, that's a massive achievement. So it's all is not lost regardless of how you do. You can always come back. There's still 2 more weeks of competition, and even in the finals, it's going to be a cumulative leaderboard. As much as we only have the 11 people on site, it's going to be a cumulative leaderboard. So everything that you do in the prior weeks still matters. So you have to take it very, very seriously throughout the entire time. Marigi does get hit quite hard, but he does have more than adequate materials to box up, gets them shields off, doing a really good job reboxing, creating distance between him and his opponents. With his builds in between, so the opponent has to look for different angles, force him to think differently. He is on his wall. The opponent is running up on him very passively because he knows he does have some damage gone. The wall does go to the opponent, but Marigi is reboxing very well once again, making sure he has piece control, structural control, making sure the opponent cannot have an edit on him. He opted to leave the recon scanner. It would have been very, very good to have right about now so you can see where the other player is. Because the other player is recon scanning Marigi. Marigi can't go too far away. As long as he's within a certain distance, the opponent will always know where he is. And the recon scanner is one of the more overpowered, as they say, pieces of equipment in this game. That is one of the reasons why it was taken out of some game modes, due to it being a really good item. However, it's only as good as whoever has it. I mean, if you come up against a good player with a recon scanner, it's going to be bad news for you, because they're going to know where you are. However, it's one of those guns where you have to utilize with your own ability. You have to add on to what you have, as opposed to just using it. Like, for example, if you guys remember the Infinity Blade from last chapter, I think it was season 7, you just pick it up and just ram through everything. You had more health, faster movement speed, extremely high damage to structure. So that was an overpowered weapon. That was a broken weapon, not even overpowered. But the recon scanner is only good. As you can see right here, we have Malax with a pistol. He pulled out his shotgun for a second there, maybe got a bit confused. However, he's back running his pistol, which we appreciate to see. It's a very slow fight. They both want the high ground. However, Malax opts to take the lower ground, reload his weapon, maybe reset the fight, see what's happening. He does see a car. Maybe he wants to get away from the opponent, which is a smart thing to do, because it is a top 13 situation. There's still a lot of placement points. About how many are those? Well over 10 placement points available in this game. Still, he does have his shotgun out, but he is getting pistoled by Anonymous 265. He does get the elimination with a SMG. So it looks like people didn't see the rules, I believe. It is an unfortunate sight to see. However, we're back on Serge. Serge does have a golden deagle and a blue pistol, which is a great loadout to have. The golden deagle, a very strong weapon. He's going to pull out his pistol, get some shots off on this player. The other player panics, shoots the water for a bit, but finally figures out it's time to switch to his builds. Gets in the cow. Massive play right there, because he knew the player was going to shoot at him. Tanks a shot with the cow. Does not take damage. This gold deagle has a damage potential that is very high. 70 to the body at close range, about 50 at longer ranges. But the headshot is devastating. I think it's 156. That is easily killing anyone who does not have full shield. Once again, the cow gets deagled out of it. A 56, that is a crack on the player. That is a 58 at long range. If he does get another shot, I believe, with the deagle, he might take the player out from close range. He is pushing him. The other player is having a hard time trying to get away from Serge, who has proven to us that he's one of the favorites once again for the final 11 league. And just like that, it's a 78 shot, well placed, and just like that, he does get the kill. That is a very good shot from Serge. Goes to show how good his aim is. And the golden deagle, once again, a very devastating weapon. That's a 50, 56, and a 78, I believe. That is a massive shot coming in from him. A kill that he definitely did need. However, the other player does not have anything for him. He was hoping maybe to get a med kit. He used one of his launch pads looking for whites. I mean, I can understand that. He does see bandages on his left, but he misses them. The bandages on the bottom, he does not see them. If he does not find whites and he watches the stream back, I think he's going to be very mad at himself for not seeing those bandages. But there is a supply drop. He used the launch pad to get to the launch pad because the supply drop, if you guys don't know already, has a guaranteed launch pad in it. So using a supply drop to get to a launch pad is not a bad idea. I mean, using a launch pad to get to a supply drop is not a bad idea. And we have Jamo 007, our very own James Bond, chasing Surge. Is he gonna see him? Does he know the launch pad has been taken from the supply drop? I don't know, but he opts to sit at the top. This is good positioning, but he doesn't want to build. Maybe he wants to get across to the other side. He opts to build on this side. He's just getting tagged and tagged and tagged. Having a hard time right now, not avoiding damage. He has taken about 80 damage, but does have more than adequate shields to shield up. Does have max minis and max big. He's having the time of his life surfing the turbines, or the reactors as they're called. If you guys don't know, Steamy Stacks has 2 interesting reactors. I think it's a cleaning facility. So it's a fun ride, I can tell you that much. We have Luxi putting in some shots from one of the, this is Steamy Main. It's called the main house in Steamy. This is Steamy Main. He is hanging out over here. He does have 5 minis and a big pot, more than adequate shield to take a 5 reset it, heal up and start again. They are currently spraying. 2 players are spraying 1 player right now, which is one of the things where people say like I'm getting teamed on, but it's not that. It is 2 players seeing an opportunity for both of them to get an elimination. If you're unlucky enough to be in the middle of both of them, that is somewhat your fault, but at the same time somewhat unlucky, because you could choose to position yourself differently, but sometimes there's nothing you can do from avoiding a lobby spray. But yeah, Lucy's having the time of his life, just chilling. In the field, we saw Serge pick up an elimination. I think that was one of the players that was not following the rules. So it's good to see that out of the game. So everyone else with the pistol, having a 1v1 with the pistol is going to be a very fun thing to watch. I don't think a lot of people expect people to use deagles, because deagles require very precise aim. You can't shoot as fast or as much as a normal pistol. But 68 bullets, maybe not the best in terms of spraying full metal or full brick. However, it'll do just the job against wood. We're back to 9 players in 5th zone. It's about to close in 1 second. The zone is closing. We have Blotix in a fight. He does have a deagle and a pistol with maximum light ammo, 510. He has a deagle, 2 bigs, 200 mats. Maybe not the best in the mats department. However, he does see a player in the air. He gets a 67 tag. That's amazing. That's amazing damage coming in from him, considering it's a very precise weapon and the player was flying in the air. I wouldn't be surprised if people complain about Blotix cheating, because that is a very impressive shot to have to hit. And right now, it is him shooting at a wall off in the distance. He is comfortably centered almost in the middle of the zone. We're going to have to wait and see where the zone does pull. However, I do believe Blotix has about a 25% chance of getting the next zone as well. He does definitely need it because his materials are not the best. However, Blotix's confidence is through the roof right now. Gets a 25 tag through the wall, just a green pistol. I think one of the best weapons to have right now that's not a deagle is a purple or golden pistol. They do insane amounts of damage. Pulled out the deagle, goes for a shot. That is something he can afford to do since he does have a lot of shield to his name. He can always opt to pop them just like as he's doing right now. Still has 1 big pot left after he gets this one off. Blotix not the closest to be in zone, however, he's not too far out either. 1 or 2 boxes. And if that player edits, he might get hit with a headshot. And this is respect being shown by both of them. They can do a lot of damage to each other. So they opted not to open out on each other, just crouching and trying to bait the other player to open the wall first. Blotix, of course, being the aggressor since he did have a window open right in front of the other player. Blotix has to look at where he wants to move. He doesn't want to get too close to the other player because it might force a full-on fight and third parties would be inevitably coming in. Blotix is getting shot from the back. He is in zone right now. However, he does have a 9 builds left, 96 metal. Looking for a refresh right now, going for the wall, does get the wall. He is safe in a 2x1 box. Opting to pop his last big pot. Now Blotix has to be careful because he cannot pop another big pot if he does lose shield anymore. Right now he is protected from getting hit by a one shot by any weapon. Even the deagle headshot cannot kill him from close range. Very good spot to be in. Can he do a back-to-back? Can he win the second game? I think we want to stay on Blotix this game to see if he can keep it going. Looking for another elimination to cap out his materials. 5 builds. That's only about enough to build 1 box. Now, whole 7 players left. Blotix has to play his cards right here. He knows he's in a position that is not the best one in. best one to be in. However, at the same time, he is in good position for the next zone. It is out. I think he's the only one apart from the player behind him. I think 5 of the other players are already in the zone. They don't have to move. This is risky business coming in. He has to make sure he does not get sprayed. He needs a refresh. He needs to take a fight and win it to get some new materials in his inventory. Let's wait and see how he plays it out. Because of course, you know, without a doubt, Blottis is a top player. We're gonna have to see exactly how he opts to take this. Looking for a fight, I believe. Or is he gonna sit? He's gonna sit. He's out of materials. He has to take this fight. He gets a 75 tag on that player. The player has a chuck cannon though. He's gonna be back to enough health beforehand. This player is coming in with the pickaxe. Doesn't look like he has anything else. 75 crack. Blotting this elimination on Young Labor. That is 40 materials coming in. 50 mats. That's one more box for him. He can drop the minis for a recon scanner. Could prove to be useful later on. But we're going to have to see what he opts to do. He's looking for another elimination. Blotting is hungry, trying to get as many elim points as possible. Zone does pull up the zone. He has to use his launch pad. He's going to buy more materials than he needs. He's going to land on high ground. Gets a 25 tag on the other player. Gets a 50 tag. That is 100 damage. Blotting is in a really bad spot. 1 material left. He opts to drop down. Smart thing to do. Heal up. He does have minis. He can pop a medkit if he gets ahead of zone. But right now, it's looking really bad for Blotting. Our player just saves him with his build. And Blotting gets the elimination. Massive elimination from Blotting. He was going to die to fall damage if that player did not save him. Blotting is pressuring everyone. He's trying to jump in every box. Right now, he finally does get taken out by Muad. Muad is in a fight immediately after. He does have 2 builds. He has a lot of whites. He can opt to start popping them right now. But he tunnel visions the player instead of using his whites to survive the damage. It's Marigi in a top 3 situation. Marigi is dancing for the stream. He knows we're watching him. Marigi in a fight. Marigi gets 2. Marigi has no materials. And Jamo 007, Agent Bond gets the elimination. It is a 1v1. Jamo on low ground does not have any more materials left. It's looking bad for him. He is white. The other player has more than enough materials. If the zone does pull any farther, he's going to be in a lot of danger. He's going to have to be in a full view of the player above him. Smart decision. Tries to pop some shields. The other player almost fell off the high ground. Is using a deagle. This is amazing gameplay. This is what's known as the Tifo Classic. Jumping up and putting a wall before your opponent, or flat before your opponent can kill you. However, it's a world of pain for Jamo right now. But he does get the chop down on the other player. Was he ready for it? Yes, he was. Jamo can do nothing but wait for damage. He has no materials left. Gets a 25 tag. And just like that, Surge takes game 2, the pistol round. Well played from him. And we're going to see you guys in the next game. Massive game once again. Extremely fun to watch. So a lot of things going on. Blotties with an amazing clutch. Marigi getting an amazing elimination. Dancing for us on the stream, giving us some, entertainment. You can say that. But Surge taking the game. Well played to Surge. We want to see you guys for game 3, which is the duo play. And interesting to see how it goes. Interesting to see how players can match up together and figure out how to get the victory royale in game 3. See you guys then. duos, team play. We're starting things off with the Mao Gral and Kenyan Senpai. If you guys were not aware, this is a shotgun only game. So it is duos. But not only is it duos, it's a new game mode with random teammates. On top of that, it's shotguns only, which basically means they're only allowed to use shotguns. And it's gonna be very fun because I believe shotguns are the most skillful weapon in Fortnite because it rewards good aim, consistent shooting, and the right angles. So when it comes to like ARs and other weapons, as much as you have to aim, there's something called bloom. So every bullet that you take wouldn't go exactly where you're aiming. It goes inside within a slight crosshair. But with the shotguns, if you aim at someone's head and you shoot, it's 100% guaranteed gonna hit. So I do believe that it's the most skillful weapon in the game. So having a shotgun only mode, I think will showcase how important it is to have good aim in this game and good judgment, and when it comes to which edit you open and which angles you decide to take. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of very good fights. And since there's no spraying involved, I mean, it's a lot more tactical. You know, you have to pick your shots once again very, very well. I'm gonna start things off with Mao Gral and Kenyan Senpai, like I said, and they're pretty much just looking for shotguns at this point. And I do appreciate the fact that they're not picking up anything else, you know. You might as well not pick it up so you don't get confused and use it later. So right now his loadout consists of 9 grenades, big 4 minis, and a medkit. The material count's not bad at all. He's got about 600 materials. And Kwani Complex is a very good place to drop. I mean, it's a very good choice because it does have those IO chests, which are special chests like the one you see on the screen right now. They do have a probability of dropping you a higher tier pump shotgun. But unfortunately, this time around, he does get a golden sniper rifle. However, he does get a recon scanner out of it, which is great because the recon scanner allows you to scan the area. It is a utility item. It is not a gun, so you can use the recon scanner regardless of whether or not we choose to do pumps or pistols only. It's a utility item. So they're going to go down into the main area. Here it's going to get interesting because they're going to have to fight Sloan. He's an NPC in the area, but they have attack shotgun. Maybe not the best gun to fight Sloan with because Sloan does have her mythic AR. And it does do a lot of damage, and getting too close to her is risky business. Let's see how they opt to take this. Are they going to fight Sloan or not? Because you can see he's looking over his shoulder to make sure Sloan isn't behind him. And as you know, the NPCs, especially the mythic bosses, have more HP than usual. But once again, attack is a very good choice as well because attack shoots a lot faster than the pump. That way you can consistently make a lot of shots, you can put down a lot more pressure than with a pump shotgun. However, the trade-off is the pump does not hit as hard. So you'll see a lot of situations where someone will hit someone twice with attack and not kill them, while someone just comes in and one pumps them like we saw a couple of times. And another downside of landing Corny Complexes are these IO guards. They can do a ton of damage to you. As long as if you're not careful about it and you don't look around and make sure you build or take them out very quickly. There's a drain on your shield pool. Because, you know, as much as you have 3 big pots, if you have to use them every time you run into a IO guard, it does end up draining your shield. So it's something you'd like to avoid. Because there she is. There is Sloan. This is a fight I don't think he wants to be taking. He's trying to build his way around it. Smart thing. Because even if he does kill her, there's nothing to gain. He cannot pick up the mythic assault rifle. Not that it is that good anyway. Let's go look at chat. We see Grace Minor, Heads in there, getting a lot of support today. We also see Lucy in chat. Great round indeed. We're gonna go back to the gameplay now. Still, the hanging around the Corny Complex, trying to get as much loot as possible. I mean, landing Corny and leaving with a green tactical shotgun is far from ideal, considering it is one of the most densely populated part of the map when it comes to loot. We're gonna see if we can get another POV going here. It looks like we're gonna stick on the Mao Gral, and they see me Kenyan Senpai. Kenyan Senpai doesn't look like he has found any shield. Let's just hope he has a pump at the very least because the shield situation is sorted by Mao Gral. And Zone does end up pulling towards the middle of the map. And if you look at the feed, we have VP Danger taking down Sedge, who won the last game. That is a massive kill for VP Danger, but not so much for Sedge because Sedge was... I was going to make a very, very dry joke. And I caught myself. Yeah? But Sedge... Sedging back. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I just had to... But yeah, Sedge was having a good game earlier in the last game. Like you saw, he ended up winning it. So he was putting up a good performance to bring him back, clawing up the leaderboard. However, he does get taken out early in round 3, which is the duos one. However, duos isn't weighted as much as solo. So as long as he clutches up in the final game after this one, he should be set. And just like that, Mauga gets 2 launch pads, very good mobility. You can't get shot out of the air with the shotgun, so at least out of from a distance. So the launch pads are pretty safe to use. He's doing a good job making sure he has enough materials for the end game, because materials are everything when it comes to a shotgun fight. If you somehow end up running out of materials, it's almost guaranteed death. Let's get another big put as well. Does have 29 tag shots, maybe not the most. However, if he does get an limb, that's more than enough to get an limb. But so if he does end up getting an limb, it's gonna be more than enough to get that kill and also get more shells from the opposing player. Because you know, when you do eliminate a play, they drop everything in the inventory to you. So whether it's shotgun shells, shields, extra launch pads, everything does end up dropping. 37 shotgun shells, he gets more and more, and that's it. I don't think he's gonna need more this game. 41 shells, that's way more than he needs anyway. So they're gonna do a good job of rotating. Elvo Cool also got eliminated with Juice is unfortunate. Another rotating toward the center of the map. And we should see them running into a couple of players pretty soon, considering I'm sure someone landed Lazy Lake and they're not too far off from it. However, the question really is, will Lazy Lake be looking far edge of Storm? Jamo gets an elimination on 7 Kipto. VP Danger gets the full finish. That is big team play coming in there. You know, one of them getting the knock while he heals up, the other player getting the elimination. I mean, the feed tells us the whole story. As much as we cannot see them fighting right now, it is this is what we wanted to see from a duos game or teamwork, you know, making sure you can pick up where your teammate left off. And Vlotix gets an elimination on Anonymous 301. That looks like a full kill as opposed to a knock, so it looks like he was the last player left in their team. So what ends up happening is, in duos, if you die and your teammate is still alive, you don't immediately die. You go into what is called a knocked but not out state. So you basically get knocked and you can get revived by your teammate. So the opposing player has to shoot you once again for 100 damage while you're already knocked. So it allows for interesting play. So if you see your teammate getting knocked, you can carry them, maybe throw them back in a box or a safe place while you take the fight, or go for immediate res if it's a distance. If they're more than 10 seconds away from you, you can get the other player up and take the fight while he heals up. But the zone keeps on pulling, and it keeps on pulling, as you saw right there. It pulls to Weeping Wood and Slurpy Swamp. It covers the bottom left part of the map. It's quite a distance for them to cover, you know, and avoiding other players as well. It's going to be quite an interesting situation. Finally, we do get another POV. This is Januaris. They are at the IO position above. This is actually called Rick, because if Rick from Rick and Morty actually spawns up here. He is in the top room. As you can see on the map, it's the 3 dots. That is Rick. So this is what we collectively call the Rick IO. Oh, he's hiding in the vehicle. I just realized that he's hiding. That is not his teammate. That is not his teammate. Those are opposing players. He's vibing out in the car next to the launch pad. He might actually stick his head out when they're hitting the pad and get a free elimination, but we're gonna have to wait and see. January is 3-4-3, bringing out all the cards, all the aces up his sleeve. He looks like he's alone right now. I mean, you know, play smarter. And this is Marigi and Rico. This is the team you don't want to be fighting, and they're pulling up on the IO guard. So now you're gonna have 3 different teams in this area. January is a solo, this duo, and them. So this could get ugly very quickly. They still haven't realized that Januaris is in the car. This is great that we have multiple POVs. They're gonna jump in the vehicle. Yes, they are. They are in the car. They might just drive away with him. And he is driving away with Januaris in the car. What a sight. What a sight to see. So let me get this straight. So Januaris drove away with a different guy. His teammate is currently fighting Marigi's team. I mean, it was duos, but we should have mentioned the same team. Looks like Marigi is having some issues right now, and Rico is doing his very best to keep his teammate protected. Could be his controller is dead, could be his internet is malfunctioning, but this is where it comes in. You know, if this is a solo match, oh, Marigi gets taken out, and is that gonna be it for them? He does get elimination. HD lays up, gets both eliminations. Unfortunate for Marigi, he was having some issues. However, nevertheless, that was massive eliminations coming from HD lays up. And did he get both kills with the shotgun? I don't know. It doesn't look like he did. However, we're gonna have to wait and see. We have the replay mode, so we're gonna go and look back and see that. However, it didn't look like he used the shotgun there. It looked like he was spraying him down. Unfortunate that they have to go that way. But UENO and HD lazy up are rotating to Weeping Woods right now. The zone's about 20 seconds to closing. And my man is just playing like it's just any other game mode. He's got a gold scar and a gold P90. Not a worry in the world. We have 15 players left, and we're going to hop on to Giovanni. We still haven't seen the two players in the car on opposing teams kill each other. So I think they're still at an agreement, at an unspoken agreement that none of them know about. But we have Hez Mbeche, who got a lot of love today in chat, got a lot of supports in this tournament, playing with Giovanni. And they look like they're okay. He's got a blue pump. That's a good shotgun to have. And this is what Giovanni is doing. It's what you would call very big brain. It's a very smart play to make, because no one can one pump him now. If they hit him in the head with a shotgun, the alien is going to absorb all the damage. So if anything, it is a free. He can literally jump in anyone's box and still not get hit in the head. So he's going to have a fighting chance regardless. Going into it, they're gonna try rotate deeper into Storm. The zone does end up pulling back towards Slurpy Swamp. And this is an interesting zone because, as you can see, if you stand in the water around Slurpy Swamp, it does keep on help. It gives you health consistently. And then the benefit of that is, even if you're ticking in Storm, if you end up being a solo for whatever reason, you can end up hiding in the water and keep ticking, especially if you have another medkit at your disposal. And he did end up using a medkit, which is quite unnecessary considering he just literally run in the water. However, Blottis gets a kill on January. It looks like January finally got out of the car. And I mean, he did a really good job for his duo if he was playing with one, or himself for that matter, because he allowed himself to get some placement points. That is a very big deal considering he wasn't in the best of positions where we saw him. He got kidnapped on the way too. I mean, getting a top 14 is not a bad thing to have anyway. However, as we move forward, we're gonna see the players still looking on the edge. This is smart. They're looking for the dead side rotation, trying to rotate into the zone without having to deal with anyone in their way. Taking it controlled, and his teammate is quite a distance away from him. Blotix takes down VP Danger. We just saw that in the feed. It looks like Blotix and his teammate are doing a really good job of cleaning it up. I don't know if Blotix does have a teammate or not. However, having a shotgun, the shotguns in the game are the ones that make the difference in terms of who can get the kills that they need. Yep, Blotix does have a teammate. His teammate is 1 HP. It looks like he is popping a medkit. He's in the corner tucked. Maybe he thinks he's dead because it looks like he got revived. Oh no, he pops the medkit. This is slightly out of sight. He must have his back to the wall. That's how we cannot see anything else. He's in a first person perspective. He's gonna move eventually. We are gonna see him. There he is right there. This is the player who was in Weeping Woods the last game. Does have the pickaxes in the back bling to match. But Blottis looks like he's doing almost all the work, and I don't think his teammate is complaining. They have this is a supercar, quote unquote, because the tires do allow you to maneuver all the terrains, as opposed to the normal vehicles which only go max speed on the road. They do have a supply drop as well. They could try and get that and see if they can get like a golden tactical shotgun or a golden pump. I think a golden tac would be insanely useful in the duos game mode because of the pressure it can put down. If you guys didn't know, purple and gold tacs can hit a wooden wall. So you can always just hit it twice and try go for the wall take. Yeah, Blottis' teammate is just chilling in the front seat. So he finally got out. And they're looking for more eliminations. Maybe they see some opposing players. He does get a blue tac, and that is an upgrade for him. Want to see where Jelly Boy is. The zone is pretty close. Everyone is close together. However, Jelly Boy and Immuno are opting to use a late rotation, waiting for the zone, trying to get as many placement points as possible. He does have a green pump and a grey tac. The grey tac is one of the weakest shotguns in the game. I think slightly weaker than the grey pump shotgun. However, within the right hands, I mean, a weapon is only as good as the player in its hands. A weapon is only as good as the player that's holding it, and at the same time, it's only as bad as the player that's holding it. So it's whatever you can opt to do with it. And here we see Hez Mbeche is in a fight. Giovanni has already been taken out. Looks like he's on his own. No, he has no. Giovanni is still alive. However, his health looks like it is bugged from the spectator mode. They are both still alive. However, they're taking an interesting fight on the edge of the 4th zone in this 3rd game of the Lucozade Fortnite Final 11 League. And it looks like the other players are definitely pressuring his teammates more than him, because they're not following him around anymore. However, he is trying to break in, trying to get some distance away. He does have good material, still has shield, maximum shield. However, they are in Slurpy. There's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of barrels, a lot of mushrooms for you to cap out your shield even more. This is not a bad rotation whatsoever. He opts to go all the way back to the edge of zone, come back later, maybe force other people to fight. So by the time they get back in the zone, there'll be other people preoccupied with each other. But he's trying to get back to his teammate Giovanni, who is in the main building. This was the building that got lifted up right after the Ariana Grande concert, actually. So there were some changes going on across the map. However, this was one of the bigger ones. They literally took out the main building and left his home. So, and a lot of people expect them to add some POIs because the loot has been questionable this season. But Epic Games decided to pull an interesting map change, which forced people to make a lot of different changes and ideas. So Giovanni did do a good job making a base for his team. He replaced a lot of the building, and looks like they're going to be pretty safe in here. And if they do pull zone, they won't have to move much. However, as long as they're not pushed, because they have to make sure they have an exit, and that they do in the back. That's what Giovanni just did. Looks like Hez, Mbeche, and Giovanni are looking pretty good. They're looking set to do a pretty decent performance. We're gonna go back to Mograi. And last we remember, there were Corny Crops, or also known as Corny Complex now. It was Colossal Crops last season. Changed the name. It looks like they're pretty set. He has about 1,700 materials, which is more than enough. And he has a green pump, recon scanner, maximum shield, which is 3 bigs, and 6 minis, 2 launch pads as well. So if they're ever in any danger, they can opt to just launch away, buy themselves some more time, maybe reset the fight, see what happens after that. Right now, they're gonna rotate into the zone. They're gonna be on the edge. You guys remember Hez, Mbeche, and Giovanni are right through that door. They're building a base right in there. So let's see if they opt to try and get in on them. I don't know what the plan is here. They're pulling out their shotguns. It looks like they want to fight. Blotix does end up knocking HD_lazy up. He does end up knocking him and killing him. That means only his teammate left. Currently, Blotix is taking a fight. However, as you can see, we have Giovanni, Hezembeche, and Mongrai on literally separated by 1 ramp. If they do break the back ramp, it's gonna look really interesting for Giovanni and his teammate. They're right behind this ramp right over here. They don't notice it. They're being extremely quiet. But Blotix, his teammate, dies once again. But you know, just like always, Blotix is there for the rescue. Does get the elimination and the revive on his teammate. He does have a medkit for himself, and there's a big one right there on the ground. It's looking like a very good performance coming in from both. There's a purple tactical shotgun. That is an epic tactical shotgun. That is one of the best weapons you can possibly have right now, because of the amount of pressure it can put down, and you can shoot very, very quickly. Even if you miss your shot, it's okay with a tactical. You can follow up shots even if you do bad damage. With the pump, it's one of those situations where either you get a crack, you get a full damage shot, or it was a wasted opportunity right there. And zone is not far away from them. Blotix's teammate does have 937 materials. Blotix, I'm sure, has even more than that, considering he picked up the loot of the other player that he just eliminated. Blotix calls out the rotation, tells them to move. It looks like he's trying to follow him, and he does see where he is right now, so they should be comfortably moving into the next zone. Blotix opting to play for the high ground, which is a very interesting play, but he knows no one can shotgun him. And it looks like his teammate is having some issues. There's a fight right here. That's an 80 damage shot from Jelly Boy. He's trying to finish the fight right now. He's trying to push him. He has no more shield to pop. He does have to get this elimination as soon as he can. He does have a lot of materials though. His teammate Immuno has been eliminated. Looks like the dead side rotation was not the ideal play, considering his teammate has died. It looks like they must have been staggered in the storm and they got into a fight. He's going for the wall, and he gets 1 pump by Young Laver, who is on 8 HP. However, he does have a med kit, a big pot, and 6 minis. Good enough matches. Top 7 situation. There's 7 players left. We know for a fact that Young Laver is still in this game. We know for a fact that Blotix is still in this game. We also know that for a fact that Blotix's teammate, who's anonymous, is also in this game. We're gonna have to wait and see exactly who can make the first move in the next fight. We're gonna try switch POVs right here to see if anyone else is fighting. Blotix and his teammate are on the high ground. Blotix is chilling with a golden pump. This is a gold spaz. He gets a 90 damage on a full box coming in from Blotix, and his teammate gets an elimination. And that's his first one in the game. Massive, massive. That is insane skill coming in from Blotix. Fully, absolutely demolishes the other player. He had him completing his box. That is an insane play coming in from Blotix, and I'm happy we switched to him right on time to see that. That is immense ability, immense skill, knowing when to open and edit, knowing when you're safe to open and edit. But and he got an assist for his teammate. His teammate did get an elimination, so I'm sure he's way happy right now, because we did see him not on 2 different occasions. So I'm sure now he's redeeming himself by putting in the equal amount of work that is expected of him when playing with a good player like Blotix right here. Now we can see Kenyan Senpai. Oh, it looks like they got into a fight down there, and Mongrai Maugre was not as fortunate, but Kenyan Senpai managed to get out. He's carrying 2 tactical shotguns and a green pump. He does have a big spot as well, but someone sees him, he gets hit for 100 damage. He's only 96 HP, and just like that, Vlotex gets a 1 pump once again. Vlotex sees a player under him, he opts to move away since the zone is coming. That's very mature judgment, knowing the fight is not worth losing your high ground and or taking to the storm. His teammate is on ultimate low ground. He's trying to build up to his teammate, support him on the high ground. It is a 5 left situation. 124 damage coming in from Vlotex. He goes for the triple edit. His teammate has been knocked down by Young Lava. However, Vlotex is going to try and get the kill back. He's looking for the other player. Someone did die to full damage. Vlotex gets an elimination on Young Lava with full damage. Vlotex on the high ground. He's in a 1v2 situation. Does have a flopper in case zone does end up closing all the way. Does have a medkit he can pop as well. Does have 6 minis, 6 launch pads. Goes to show how many eliminations he does have. He's looking for the last team, the last 2 players. He sees one building down there. He's opting to hold the high ground. He gets a 22 damage. That's a good chip tag. Allows him to hit less damage later and still get the elimination. He's looking, trying to get every angle possible. He sees the player trying to contest him for height. Does a good job reinforcing the high ground, putting flats everywhere, forcing the player to look for a different angle, and in turn give him a better angle to shoot him. Once he goes for a shot, does not hit. The pump does not connect. He's looking down, looking for any possible angle. It's a 1v1. Hezbecha dies to fall damage, and once again Vlotex with another victory royale. He's second today in the 3rd game of the Lucozade Final 11 League featuring Fortnite. We're going to put up the scores together. Make sure you're ready to see the last game, which is going to be a solo, no rules, all weapons allowed, of course, except the railgun. And we're going to see exactly what went down that game later. I'm going to put on a full comprehensive scoreboard. We're going to have that for you next week. However, for now, we're going to sit back, relax, get ready for the queue for the next game, and we'll see you guys then. the Fortnite Lucozade Final 11 League. I mean, I'm excited to see how they finish off the day. I'm sure the nerves are all gone. We had a fun duos game right before this one. It was shotguns only, so people had time to warm up their aim. It wasn't warm already after the first two games. But this is gonna be an interesting fixture, as everyone knows exactly who drops where. So if players were contested at their POIs, they can opt to drop elsewhere. They can choose to change up their game plan, maybe see if anything's gonna work, try new things going into next week. So this is the time to do it. I mean, the leaderboard is basically set out. The players were at different stages. It's way more spread out than it was last week. You guys will see it. Make sure you catch your stream next week as well. And I'm interested to see exactly how people change their playstyles, because the only way to actually adapt is to be able to switch it up. You can't do the same thing all the time. You have to be able to switch it up, change it up, find what works, find what doesn't. And I'm excited to see it. I'm sure all of you are as well. We're gonna start things off right now with the Tevin Kipto 254, repping the 254. He's landing at the lighthouse. He's got decent loot, and he might end up dying to the henchman of the POI that does have a scar. So if you were to take him down right now, he would be able to get himself a scar, but he opts to go away. Smart decision, considering he doesn't have the most shield in the world. He only has 4 minis, no big pots. So that could end very badly for him, so he opts to change it up. But he is getting tagged through the wall by the henchman. This is a non-playable character, and he's in the box. He's gonna kill him. He's gonna kill him. He's gonna kill him. Looks like he's gonna kill him, and he does. He dies to Gugimon. Unfortunate for Tevin. Unfortunate for Tevin. We're gonna go all the way across the map and see where Vlotix is at. I think he lands Pleasant Park, if I'm not wrong. Yes, he does. This is his drop spot. Uncontested. Gets all the loot to himself. He's landed in the first 2 games as well. We saw him fighting around this area. He is in Pleasant Park. It is also marked with the orange, which means there are a lot of spaceships in his area. This is a new update this season. He's got a big pole right in front of him, a chest for him to open. Currently, his Zora's not looking the best. He does have 50 shield. However, he does have a big pot to pop anytime. And he sees a chest up here. I mean, he could use a shotgun soon. And if we look toward the number of people left, we have 16 people left in the first zone. This is gonna be interesting because everyone knows who they're trying to avoid, who they're trying to not fight, to make sure they can get as much placement as they possibly can. But there's some clear-cut favorites right now. Vlotix being one of them. He's quite ahead of the competition. However, there are still 2 more weeks. There is the 3rd week and the final, and all of those still will decide who is going to take away the final prize. It's a consistent thing. So we're going to have a situation where everything you've done this week and in the coming weeks will all add up to the end. So it doesn't matter how bad you do one week or how good you do the other week. You have to maintain a certain level of consistency to be able to take away the top 3 prizes which everyone is looking out for. So I mean, it's pretty quiet where Vlotix is at right now. He has the whole spot uncontested. No one wants to fight Vlotix off spawn. No one wants to fight Vlotix, period, as it stands. He's shown us how good he is at what he does. Wanna see what Mike is up to. We're gonna relocate to him. And Mike has been landing toward the center of the map, last I remember. And right now he is in Slurpee. He is in the spaceship, actually. He's doing a mini game in the spaceship. I think this is the first time we've seen it today. And if he does end up doing good in this league, he's gonna have really good loot. This is one of the only times we've seen an actual spaceship. This is new this season. So basically it's like a mini game, and depending on how many points you can get, you're gonna have certain tiers of loot that you can pick up. So currently he's on the great tier loot. It's not looking good so far. However, let's see if he can get something going. He does. He manages to get so basically the more orbs you get, the more time you have. And the more orbs you get at the same time, the more score you will get. And the more score you have, the higher your loot rarity. So he's going to keep running into these orbs. Interesting minigame, you know. Some people don't like it, some people love it. So we're just going to have to see exactly how he manages to do in this minigame. See if he can get himself some really good loot. So if he does get the gold loot, he's going to have pretty much the best loot possible on the game. I want to hop onto Anonymous 295. Let's see what he's up to. He is currently being abducted in a taxi. If he does not get out of the taxi, he may be in trouble. But he looks like he's chilling. He does have a green AK and a railgun, which is not is banned, but I'm sure he's not going to use it. He's having some internet connectivity issues. Jumps in a Ferrari. And he does see Vlotix. Vlotix does see him. Vlotix is shooting at his car. He is hit for white, and just like that, he is dead. Vlotix picks up the elimination on him. He must have seen him flying through the air in a taxi cab. I mean, not the most concealed form of rotation, I would say. and clearly he does get punished for that. Robotics picks up the first elimination for this game. Jumps in the car, moves it away from the rest of the loot, gets some minis, but he opts not to drop the medkit for it, which is a smart play because, as you know, in public match there is no siphon, there's no health per kill, so you have to be able to get some white health back, because if you only carry shields, if you get in the storm, get died to fall damage, something along those lines, it's not going to be the prettiest thing. But yeah, Vortex is pretty set for endgame. He does have a green tack, a green AR, a blue sniper, 3 big pots, and a medkit, plus give or take about 800 materials. He should be set. He's rotating toward the middle of the map. I want to go back to Mike and see how he's doing in that mini game of his. Let's see what kind of loot he did end up getting. He didn't do much from. He just got out of the spaceship right now. He got a green tier loot, I believe, which is far from ideal. However, it is still loot. He does have max shields. Hasn't popped any yet. Maybe looking for something else. Maybe I mean, at this point, he's gonna end up popping the shield. He's wearing the OG Catwoman skin. This is the one that came out in chapter 1, season 10. Has the whole loadout going, plus the pickaxe. The pickaxes are from, I believe, the same season. They are the pickaxe that came with the tier 100 skin, which is the female Ultimate Knight. Yeah, decent loadout. He has good shield, good enough to carry. He has extra mini. He's gonna cap them out at 6 right now. Pretty quiet where he's at right now. He's in the middle of the map. Not much going on. However, Boney is a special POI to go into right now. As you can see, it is glowing purple, which means it's a higher tier loot, and at the same time also means there are a lot of alien ships that can abduct you. We're gonna see what VP Danger is up to right now. Relocating to him in just a second. VP Danger has the best loot possible. Literally, and I mean that in no joke whatsoever. He's got a golden spaz, a gold pump shotgun, a gold scar, a gold sniper, 6 minis. He's got full shield. I mean, based on what he has, there's no reason why he shouldn't win this game. He has literally the best loot possible. It doesn't get better than this. Seeing all that much gold hurting my eyes, really, because he has a free rotation to center zone as well. But his materials are not the best. He's trying to work on that right now. He's got about 600 mats. His ammo is not good either. He's got 40 AR bullets. Given if a fight does end up dragging out, he might run out of assault rifle ammunition, and it's gonna force him to use only a shotgun, which is far from ideal considering it is a golden scar. You want to get as much ammo as possible so you can utilize it completely. The zone is closing in about a second now. VP Danger is still nestled somewhere on the south side of the zone. Pushing in toward the center would give him a better opportunity to get the next zone as well. But he does want to look for an engagement. He's looking into Lazy Lake, trying to see something with his sniper scope. But even if there was someone there, it would be out of the render distance, which is 300 meters. We're going to go over to UENO. See what is up to, see what he's looking like. He's currently in a fight, and he just picks up an elimination on Blotix of all people. And just like that, Blotix is out of the last game. That's a massive elimination coming from him. He's got decent loot to go into the end game. He has killed Blotix, who is our current leader in the leaderboard. And right now, everyone has an opportunity to creep up the leaderboard. Even maybe make a late challenge for first on the last day. But yeah, he does have a green tack. He does have a purple AK, a recon scanner, a golden plasma rifle, some minis, about 1,000 mats. A little over that, more like 1,200. Rotating into zone in a car. I mean, it's one of the more safe form of transportation in the game. It's really hard to shoot someone out of a car unless it's completely stationary. But yeah, that's a massive elimination coming from him. Blotix. That is, I'm sure it was equally a surprise as us, considering how the day has been going. But yeah, he's trying to get up from the center of the zone. The center of the zone, I mean the center of the map itself, is what was the remnants of last season, which had the orb in the sky, that the alternate as a 0 point, which is one of the reasons why the new map came. It's a bit of Fortnite lore for you guys right now. So basically what happened was there was instability caused by the visitor, who ended up making a 0 point. Then the 0 point ended up exploding and then imploding, swallowing the chapter 1 map. And that's the remnants of it. It's a hole in the middle of the map, so not somewhere you want to be, because it's lower. It's lower in elevation. Everyone above you can see you way better than you can see them. You saw Giovanni chilling in a corner over there. We're gonna go see what Kenyan Senpai is up to right now. Kenyan Senpai is in the edge of Lazy Lake. I'm surprised he didn't get spotted by VP Danger on the mountain, but he must have been in a building. Dude is not the best in terms of his mats this late in the game, but he is pretty safe. This is an underground part of the house. The odds of someone looking in here, very unlikely. And at the same time, he is getting his materials up, which is good for him. He does have a green tactical shotgun, a blue AK, which actually got a buff recently. And now it's way more accurate than it was the first time we watched these players play. Also has a big pot that is in his inventory, 6 minis, 5 bandages. He should be able to get to around 500 materials in total by the time he leaves this house. Want to see how what Marigi is up to. Marigi also a very consistent player. We've seen him place consistently in the top 10 throughout the whole tournament. Got unfortunate in the duel game last time, having some issues and ended up dying. And his loot is pretty good. He has a purple scar, a green pump shotgun, 4 minis, 2 big pots, 2 med kits, maximum bricks, 700 wood and 157 metal. More than adequate materials in this game. He's rotated to the zone, looking around in front of him, making sure there's no one there to stop his rotation, hinder his approach. And I'm sure everyone saw Blotex died in the feed, so this is everyone's chance of getting a victory royale. I'm sure Marigi specifically would want that very much. He's also wearing an alien on his head, which basically means he cannot get headshot sniped. He also cannot get pumped for max damage. And if you can see in the feed, Serge just took out Elvo. Cool. That's Serge making a statement right now, making sure, like he said before, he's coming for that top spot. He's going to do everything he can to do as good as he can to put himself in a position for the next 2 weeks. You know, he may not be on top now, but ideally he wants to be on top at the end. He's going to put in a fight, put in the best possible, give himself the best possible chance to bring it back and fight for that top spot that everyone wants right now. Zone pulls once again. It pulls far. Marigi's on the dead side of zone, which basically means the non-congested side of zone. There's not going to be anyone here. Trying to get his wood up. Does have more than adequate materials. We're going to stick on Marigi right now. The interesting bit is he going to opt to sit on the edge of storm and move in late? Serge kills VP Danger right now in the feed, and what that means is he's going to have the best loot on the map. He's going to have a golden scar. He's going to have a golden pump, a golden sniper if he chooses to pick it up. And Young Leva gets a kill on Mike. However, the big part of what the fight we just saw on the left side is Serge already got an elimination. Serge has the best loot right now. He killed Danger, who had a golden pump and a golden scar. So if we do end up seeing him get into another fight, I mean, he is the favorite going into it. Marigi does spot 2 players, one posted up on the gas station with the supply drop, and another player coming in from the right side who also has an alien on his head. There should be an engagement. Yes, there is. Marigi is the third party. He gets a crack. Marigi has him one shot. Marigi gets the elimination on UENO. Marigi now has to fight the other player if he does push him, but Marigi wants to secure the loot first, see what he can. Any upgrades on his weaponry? Nothing so far. Just has a green pump just like his. But Marigi now needs to pop a big pot since he has been hit with a body shot to make sure he does not get body shot sniped and or body shotted with a golden pump, which would have eliminated him. He does have a recon scanner. Gets information on his opponent. And this allows him to see whether his opponent is looking for a different angle, looking to flank him, looking to get a jump on him. The recon scanner, first of all, a very, very good utility item. Right now he can definitely see that the other player is on the roof. So he knows he can easily go for all the loot, see anything he missed, maybe get an extra big pot from the mess. Once again, expanding, good control, good usage of the building grid, good usage of his spacing away from his opponent. They are on the edge. Because Marigi is not opposed to taking this fight, however, he wants to make sure he sees everything he can. Give himself the best possible opportunity to take the fight. The other player is getting a bit aggressive. He's shooting his wall. Marigi goes for the bloom battle. Marigi gets his alien shot out. That was a very safe bloom battle to take because he could not get hit in the head. And if he did get hit in the body, he would have enough adequate time. He would have adequate time to be able to pull out his builds and put a wall in between him and his opponent. But we're going to stick on Marigi, see where this fight goes. He is popping a big pot as we speak. Still does have the recon scanner. It is recharged. The recon scanner never runs out of ammunition. It just recharges. So he does see the player ramping him. So this is looking like a stalemate on the edge of zone. The zone is going to pull. The next zone is going to show itself in about 18 seconds. But Marigi does want to get a kill point here. Trying to get as close to the opponent as possible without taking any unnecessary damage. The opponent is stuck behind the wall right now. He is playing extremely passive. There are 2 players here. One on the bottom right and one on the top left right there. He's looking at him right now. That's why he was so passive when it came to taking shots. He is on the edge of 4th zone. And he is dancing. He is happy. He does not have to move. He knows we're watching him. There's the big Marigi. This is his world and we're all living in it right now. Marigi on the edge of zone. Recon scanner. Not a worry in the world. Still has really good materials. 400 wood. Max brick and about 430 metal. Just taking his time, you know, eating up the placement points. No reason for him to fight. He doesn't need to fight. He's got the shield. He's got the elimination already. He's got the recon scanner. He's got the minis. He's got the bigs. He's got the pump. He's got the scar that he so handily used in the last fight. I mean, when you have good aim, it pays. Just as you saw in the feed on the left side, Young Laver takes down Immuno. So it's the top 6 situation. This is where the placement points come in. The top 3 placements so big. 2 points for top 3, 4 points for top 2, and 5 points for the victory royale. That is the equivalent of almost 10 kills, which is amazing, which is insane, which is what everybody wants right now. The other player is taking a right-hand peek from a natural building, which has way more health. So Marigi just can't shoot the thing. Marigi is emoting. Marigi is clapping in his face. Marigi does trade a pump shot. He does hit him for about 80 damage. He does not take any damage, so he can be a bit more aggressive. However, the player on height is third-partying this fight, and Marigi opts out to step back, take a break, reset the fight. Maybe look on height to see if the other player is still there. Maybe you can get some free shots on him. That's controlled fighting. Very smart, very calculated. Marigi opts to push him. He wants to push the player on high ground. He's farming the tree to get it out of his way, give him more visibility. Uses the recon scanner to look at the player under him to make sure he's not getting creeped up on. And we're going to have to wait and see whether he opts to take the fight on high ground. It is a top 6 situation. His back is open, so if there is a player behind him, he may be able to get a snipe on him. However, the other player is throwing a grenade. Marigi is going for the build. Marigi wants to fight. Marigi gets railgun from behind. Marigi has to pop some shield. He knows the railgun can shoot through walls. That is a smart thing to do. He opts to cone himself, and we're gonna see who that railgun player was. The railgun is a banned item in the game. We're gonna make sure he is punished accordingly. However, right now the focus is on Marigi. How is he gonna work this out? No more big pots left. He does have 2 minis to his name, a medkit for him to carry if he decides to do so. But the zone does pull right to the middle, so all these 3 players have to move. Both Marigi and the 2 other players around him are gonna have to move. So right now it's a matter of who can stay the longest, shoot the other players in the back. That is the goal for everyone. Marigi is putting some pressure on the opposing player. The opposing player looks like he doesn't have any more materials left. No, he does. Marigi goes for the wall, gets the cone in. He's still pressuring the wall, takes the pickaxe, still pressuring the wall. Trying to get it on the player, gets a ramp down on the opposing player. The opposing player gets hit for 92. He's almost 1 HP right now. He does not have much health left. 1 more pump, and I think Marigi is going to clean up the fight right here. Unrelenting pressure coming in from Marigi. He does want this skill that he worked for, and he does get it. Marigi kills Rico 360. He has the choice to pick up a purple tack shotgun if he does choose to do so. Marigi dancing once again. It's the Homer grind. Booger popularized that at the World Cup. Marigi has his minis. Marigi opts to stay with the pump shotgun. He gets railgunned again. That is truly unfortunate what is happening over here. He is 1 HP, extremely weak. Does need to find some white health very, very soon. He's getting pressured. Marigi's 55 HP. The fact that he's still alive right now is a miracle in itself. Marigi's expanding the boxes to ensure he doesn't get railgunned again. This is a smart thing to do. Opts to tarp, and he has 822 metal that he can opt to use at any given time. He has the recon scanner still. Can see the player right in the box next to him. He can see that he's above him. He's gonna shoot out his floor, try to drop him down. But he does double layer. The opposing player does have a cone and a floor, so it's gonna be a lot easier for him to react to him getting pressured. Player drops in the box. Marigi does not hit the pump shot. However, he does have the player where he wants him. He's in a corner of zone. Can pressure him on Renate. Maybe go for a pump shot. But Marigi is 14 shield and 5 HP. He's really, really weak right now. He's gonna have to heal up once again. At least make sure he can tank another shot. But as you can see in the feed right now, Serge gets a kill on Jamo. Serge is still alive with a golden pump shotgun. If he so much as looks at Marigi, he might die. But Marigi gets a medkit that is massive for him right now. He's gonna get himself up to 150 HP. Can take in zone. Can also take a damage shot. We're gonna see exactly what he does. Does he opt to get into zone first and pop the medkit, or expand and pop the medkit? We're gonna have to wait and see. He opts to tarp into zone to give himself enough time to pop the medkit. Because someone does end up pushing Marigi right now. He's gonna be in a world of pain. However, there's only 4 players left. 2 of them are currently fighting right in front of Marigi. The opposing player comes back toward him to avoid the other player pushing him. Marigi may have an opportunity to get an elimination right now. There's a railgun. He takes the wall. Marigi is getting pressured by the railgun once again. Truly unfortunate what we're seeing right now. However, Marigi is doing a very, very good job keeping himself alive. Marigi looking for every opportunity he can get, every angle he can get to catch a player who's not ready for him. The other player is pressuring his front wall, but he does not realize that Marigi has an angle on him right now. Marigi with a really good reset. Marigi loses the floor. Still has the pump shotgun. Remember, the green pump's maximum damage is 160. So if you were to trade max damage shots with both him and Sedge hitting maximum damage with the pumps, Marigi would be at a disadvantage since Sedge can one pump him and hit him for 203 damage. This is the last legs of the last game of the day in the Lucozade Final 11 League featuring Fortnite. And it is coming to an interesting end. We have the players separated by a floor. Marigi gets hit with a really, really hard damage. However, he does have a medkit and minis at his expense. He can use it anytime he wants. He opts to use it now. Get himself into zone. Still has 600 materials. 200 of those that are hard mats, which are either metal or brick. In Marigi's case, it is metal. Marigi is going to have to pop this medkit soon. Marigi wants to get deeper into Storm to ensure he can pop the medkit with no issues whatsoever. Marigi pulls out the medkit. He's popping it. The high ground player sees, and that must be Sedge. The confidence in that man on high ground, it shows. He does have really, really good loot, really good positioning. I assume really good health because he can get refreshes at will. Marigi gets off the medkit. It is still, the zone does pull toward him. Marigi is happy. Marigi is dancing. He gets the zone. It pulls down toward the north side of the map. He's just waiting, biding his time. Let's see if he gets elimination. Drops the play into his box. Marigi gets a massive elimination. That was on Young Lever. Marigi has an option to pick up a golden pump shotgun. However, the zone is right on him. He's getting pressured from the high ground. Top 3 situation. Marigi is extremely weak. No white HP. 200 mats. Can die to 1 tick of storm and or fall damage. Opts to pop some minis. It's a bandage on a gunshot wound at this point. He's dropping onto the low ground. Marigi dies to fall damage, unfortunately. Margral versus Sedge in a 1v1 situation. Margral with the blue pump. Max materials, really good mat. He has a launch pad to use, and he does do that. He's gonna go on low ground. If Sedge does not have a launch pad, he can get shot out very easily. Let's see what happens. He's gonna look up on height. Sedge is holding the high ground extremely high. Sedge dies to fall damage. Margral ends up winning the last game of the day. That is massive. Sedge ended up choking up. He did have the best loot, however, he was left on high ground. That's a heads-up play coming in from Margral. That's massive coming in from him. And that's going to conclude today when it comes to the massive fixture that we've had. This was the Lucozade Fortnite Final 11 League featuring Fortnite. It has been a blast. It has been once again, I've had a lot of fun. I'm sure the crew has a lot of fun. We saw very many different things today that we didn't see last week, and I hope the trend continues to next week. And with that being said, my name is Hirsi. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'll see you guys next week. Peace.